Hi, I'm Doug, and this is Atomic Age Pictures, and tonight we are watching Don Winslow of the Navy. Based on a comic strip by Commander Frank V. Martinick, Don Winslow of the Navy was released in October of 1941, just 2 months before the attack on Pearl Harbor, which started World War II for the United States. This timing meant that Don Winslow of the Navy was one of the most popular serials of the year. Don Winslow of the Navy was directed by a man named Ford Beebe, who was a specialist in B-westerns and in serials, and over the course of his career, he directed over 200 films, including Flash Gordon's Trip to Mars and Buck Rogers. And no less than Alfred Hitchcock commended his production, The Night Monster, for the speed and efficiency of the production. Apparently, Hitchcock was very impressed with Beebe's work. Given its timing, Don Winslow of the Navy was the beginning of a series of World War II themed serials aimed not only at kids but also adults, and they did their part in increasing morale for the audiences and also support for the war. These kinds of serials would also be tied to special events at the theaters where people would bring in scrap metal or materials that they didn't need that would be going towards the war effort, bond drives, all that sort of thing. So these kinds of films, including the serials that were aimed at kids, were really quite motivational in the support for the war and the war effort. So anyway, here we go from 1941, Don Winslow of the Navy.
Order the smoke screen laid.
Engine room, lay smoke screen. Smoke screen laid, sir.
Commander Winslow, attacking cruiser, port side. Very good, Pennington.
Bearing, sir, 20 degrees.
Left half rudder.
Left half rudder.
Torpedo control to fire when on.
Torpedo control. Torpedo fired, sir. Four torpedoes fired, sir.
Commander Winslow has just scored 4 direct hits, sir.
Very good.
Those torpedoes sure put that cruiser out of action. Fire when ready.
Anti-aircraft, fire when ready.
Take the course.
Aye, sir. Maintain the course. Waited another second, that bomb would have had us.
Listening post reports submarine, sir, off the starboard bow.
Stand by for depth charges.
Depth charge stations. Depth charges 1, 2, and 3 fired, sir.
Right, full rudder. Right, full rudder.
Admiral Warburton, you're to be congratulated on the manner in which your fleet has conducted these maneuvers.
Thank you, sir.
Commander Winslow is also to be commended.
I agree with you, sir. He deserves a lot of credit for the way he's readjusted himself after being transferred back to his command from Naval Intelligence.
Order Commander Winslow aboard. I want to talk to him.
Aye, aye, sir. Have that signal sent to Commander Winslow at once.
Pennington,
Yes, sir.
take a look at this.
Perfect score. That ought to knock a couple years off our grades.
It won't hurt us any, especially with the sink us watching maneuvers.
Commander Winslow, Admiral Warburton's compliments, sir. You're to come aboard flagship immediately.
Very well. This is it, Red. Cross your fingers.
You said it, Don. And don't forget to present Lieutenant Pennington's compliments to the Sinkers. Commander Winslow reporting, sir.
Commander, I've sent for you to congratulate you on the skillful handling of your ship during the maneuvers.
Thank you, sir. But the officers and enlisted men deserve most of the credit.
I'm glad you realize that. We commanding officers must never forget that it's the spirit of the entire personnel that makes our Navy the great force that it is.
Excuse me, sir.
This concerns you, Commander.
Thank you, sir. Supply ship SS Quarter Queen sunk off Tangita Island. Suspect organized sabotage. Respectfully request Commander Winslow be transferred back to my division at Pearl Harbor. Signed, Captain Holding, Naval Intelligence.
The Quarter Queen is the second supply ship that's been lost attempting to reach Tangita Island. The first intimation that we've had of sabotage is this report from Miss Mercedes Colby.
Mercedes Colby.
Yes, she and her friend Misty Gay were the only survivors of the Quarter Queen. Do you know them?
Very well. I've worked with them before. They're both very intelligent girls.
Oh, they're more than that, especially Misty.
Well, tell me, Captain, what were they doing on the Quarter Queen?
Well, Miss Gay is secretary to Blake, the contractor building the naval base at Tangita. Miss Colby is the head nurse at the new naval dispensary on the island.
What's so important about Tangita?
Well, although it's off the main trade routes, the trolls based there can protect our shipping lanes.
Then the destruction of these supply ships is the work of saboteurs determined to prevent our building a base on Tangita.
That's right.
The fact that the Quarter Queen was torpedoed proves that the saboteurs must have a base somewhere in the vicinity of Tangita.
That's why I'm sending you there, Winslow, to try and find that out.
We'll do our very best, sir.
I know you'll do that. Now, here's the island layout. Here at the northern tip is a gold mine. The only through road runs south from it, past this native village to Rondana Bay where the base is being built. You're southbound for Tangita tonight, Commander, under forced draft.
Aye, aye, sir.
And good luck.
Thank you, sir. There's Tangita Island.
We should be pulling into Rondana Bay in less than an hour.
You'll be in command of the ship, Grady, while Lieutenant Pennington and I are ashore.
Aye, aye, sir.
Your first assignment will be to sail directly south 200 miles. Then circle the island, closing in until you return to Rondana Bay.
Yes, sir.
Tangita looks peaceful enough.
Yeah.
Take a look. It's the U.S. Navy, all right. And with Winslow on Tangita, we've got to watch our step.
Know what brought him here?
Certainly. To investigate the report that the Corda Queen was torpedoed off this island.
Tranker's carelessness in allowing those two girls to escape when he sank the Corda Queen may disrupt our whole layout here.
I'd hate to be in Tranker's shoes when the Scorpion finds out that Winslow has been sent to Tangita.
Anyway, we have the edge on Winslow.
What's that?
We know something about him and his capabilities. He doesn't know us or ours. Someone's leaving the ship.
Who is it?
Looks like Winslow and some of his Naval Intelligence associates.
Lower the upper periscope, Uncle.
Yes, sir.
The order, M22. Get rid of Winslow before he can locate our underwater submarine base.
And bring a flock of U.S. destroyers down on us? No, Prindle. Scorpion has too big and too costly a layout here to take that chance.
Hey, wait a minute. There's Tranker on the Z-37 now.
Captain Tranker?
I've come in for oil, M22. You'll have to wait until the underseas oil well's repaired. That's what's keeping Letterton and his Z-52 in port.
As a matter of fact, Tranker, you're to keep your sub here in this cave until you receive further instruction from the Scorpion.
Well, I don't understand.
But it might help your understanding to know that those two girls whom you allowed to escape from the Corda Queen brought Don Winslow and that U.S. destroyer anchored out in the bay.
Wait here, Prindle. One of us is enough to greet Winslow.
Mercedes, look who's here.
You'd better stay ashore with us and look out for the radio.
Aye, aye, sir.
Red.
Don Winslow.
Hello, Mercedes. It's good to see you.
Hi, sailor.
Hi, Misty. How's the shipwreck, Merman?
Oh, I want to forget about it. It was pretty horrible. Oh, here's my boss, Mr. Blake. I don't think you've met him.
Welcome to Tangita, Commander.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. I'm glad to meet you, and I'm glad to be here.
And this is Lieutenant Pennington.
Glad to know you, Lieutenant.
Your job will be a lot easier with Don Winslow and Red Pennington on the island.
To say nothing of the 620 standing by.
I don't doubt it. We've heard of Winslow even in Tangita.
Nothing bad, I hope.
May I welcome the new arrivals?
Hello, Merlin.
Oh, Commander Winslow, Lieutenant Pennington, this is Mr. Merlin.
Glad
Commander?
to meet you, Mr. Merlin.
Mr. Merlin is the manager of the Tangita gold mine.
Oh, I see.
Commander Winslow is here to investigate the sabotage that's been holding up my work.
Oh, that's good news. Be sure to let me know, Commander, if there's anything I can do to help you.
Thank you, Mr. Merlin. I will.
Well, Commander, I'd like to show you the offices we've arranged for you at our headquarters.
Oh, I'm sure you'll like them, especially the radio.
Well, sounds very good. Let's look it over.
Okay. Open up the set. Maybe we can learn Winslow's immediate plans. I've been waiting 2 days for a message from the Baratavia.
The Baratavia? Is she headed for Tangita?
Yes, with equipment, skilled technicians, and their families. My work on the new naval base is practically at a standstill until she arrives.
Well, that looks like our first job, Red. To see that the Baratavia reaches here safely.
620 will see her through.
I'll radio Grady as soon as we find out the Baratavia's position. We'll use the special code.
A lot of good the special code will do with this hookup. We'll take care of the Baratavia. You're not risking a submarine to get the Baratavia. That depends on what Winslow does with the 620. Spike, I've got an important job for you to do. Corey, stick close to that dictaphone. I want a record of all the information you can get on the Baratavia.
Good morning, Mr. Splendor.
And the top of the morning to you, Captain Fairfield. Have you had any word yet from Blake?
Not yet. You know my orders not to disclose our position until we reach 30 South.
Oh, sure.
Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Barsack. What can I do for you?
I must send a message, and your radio operator refuses to transmit it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Barsack. He's following orders. We're using our radio only for ship's business from here until we reach Tangita.
But this message is important.
Sure, it is more important that our workers and their families reach Tangita.
Right. That's why we're taking no chances on having the Baratavia's position known.
Okay, Fairfield. You're the captain.
And let that be a lesson to you, Mr. Barsack.
Marco, what about that code message for Barsack?
I've just finished it, M22.
Good. Use the regular commercial band and send it to him on the Baratavia at once.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Splendor, we've just contacted Tangita by radio. Your friend, Commander Winslow, is there.
That's fine. I had a hunch he'd be showing up there sooner or later after Blake wired me about the trouble he's been having.
Well, he's certainly on the job. He's sending the 620 to convoy us as soon as I radio him our position.
Well, sure, they'll be needing that. The 620 could never find us on the zigzag course we've been sailing.
I'll have Sparks radio our position in code at once. Change our course every 15 minutes.
What's wrong?
Sparks has been murdered. Our radio's smashed. To prevent us giving our position to the 620.
I can't raise the Baratavia, sir.
We'll contact the 620. Maybe the Baratavia gave Grady her position.
Yes, sir. M22, the Scorpion is ready to speak.
Our submarine base on Tangita must not be discovered. Don Winslow is to be taken prisoner and held until I order his execution. Destroy the Baratavia and leave no survivors. Franca is a valuable agent, but he must be punished as I advised for his carelessness in placing us in great danger. These are your orders, M22. You know the penalty for failing to execute them.
See that Spike destroys Winslow's radio. Where's Tranker?
Probably still on the submarine awaiting orders.
Tranker, your carelessness threatens us with the loss of our undersea submarine base and the whole setup here. Our master, the Scorpion, demands that you be punished.
Well, don't stand there talking about it. Get it over with.
The Scorpion has been most generous. He gives you a 50-50 chance to escape with your life and at the same time render him a great service. Do you accept that chance?
What else can I do? I know there's no escaping the Scorpion. No. What's the chance?
You're to sink the Baratavia.
Well, that'll be easy. I'll get the Z-37 right away.
You won't need the submarine. You're to sink the Baratavia alone.
What do you mean?
You're to become the first successful human torpedo ever to be used in the Scorpion's services.
The 620's report, sir.
The 620 hasn't been able to contact the Baratavia.
Then something serious must have happened to the ship.
Ask Grady for his position.
Yes, sir.
Mosquito boat's ready, Don.
Oh, all right, Fred.
We put our radio out of commission.
Where's Don?
He went after the gunman.
There won't be any message between Winslow and that destroyer. Then Tranker can't miss blowing up the Baratavia with his human torpedo. I'm sure glad I ain't no human torpedo.
Okay, sailor. Get rid of the gun. Inside.
There's one inside.
He must have gone out that window, sir.
We'll go after the rest of them.
There's no use, Red. You can't find anybody in this jungle. What was that shooting at the warehouse?
They smashed our radio, sir.
We'll get it fixed as quickly as possible.
Yes, sir.
Red, this is all a plan to blow up the Baratavia with a human torpedo before the 620 comes out to protect her.
Well, we've got to warn the Baratavia.
There's only one chance. We'll use the mosquito boat.
Now, when you get a direct line on the Baratavia, pull that lever and jump for your life.
My life isn't worth much from now on.
It's the Scorpion's orders. Now get started.
The torpedo will follow the same course we're on. So keep a sharp lookout, Red.
Okay, Don.
Don, look. That's it, Red. Unlimber the gun.
Okay.
dent it.
I know. Ramming's the only thing that'll stop it. Throw out that life belt, Red, and jump in.
Nothing doing. I'm sticking with you, Don.
That's an order, Lieutenant Pennington.
Aye, aye, sir.
Red. The torpedo will follow the same course we're on, so keep a sharp lookout, Red.
Okay, Don. Don, look.
That's it, Red. Unlimber the gun.
Okay. Pounder won't even dent it.
I know. Ramming's the only thing that'll stop it. Throw out that life belt, Red, and jump in.
Nothing doing. I'm sticking with you, Don.
That's an order, Lieutenant Pennington.
Aye, aye, sir.
Red. You mean we did?
Boy, I hope they pick us up.
Let's cut across the bow.
Did you find out about the explosion, Captain Fairfield?
Not yet, Mr. Splendor. I've sent a boat out to investigate. There seem to be a couple of men swimming out there. Bridge, Captain Fairfield speaking. Oh, good. Let me know as soon as it's ready. That was the relief operator. He'll have the radio fixed in about an hour.
Oh, fine.
It's the radio room, sir. Sparks says the Baratavia doesn't answer.
Tell him to keep trying. To let me know if he has any luck.
Aye, aye, sir.
So you see, gentlemen, the only way to stop the human torpedo is to ram it.
You not only saved my ship, Commander Winslow, but the lives of these skilled workers and a cargo of supplies and equipment.
You know, Don, this human torpedo thing sounds to me like the shenanigans of the Scorpion.
We could have made sure if the crook who killed your operator and wrecked the radio hadn't made us escape.
He's still somewhere aboard this ship.
Then we're going to find him.
How? Nobody saw him.
I think I found a clue, Don.
What is it, Red?
Well, this sailor says he saw one of the passengers acting suspiciously around the radio room just before Sparks was killed.
Tell your story, sailor.
I was hurrying aft to read the log, sir, when I saw someone sneak up and look through the radio room window. He had something in his hand, but it was covered with a handkerchief. He heard me coming and ducked out of sight around the cabin.
Did you follow him?
It was time to read the log, and you know what that means, sir.
Did you see his face?
Well,
Could you identify him?
If you lined up the passengers, I'm sure I could. Oh, I picked this up where he was standing. He must have dropped it.
Don.
Red. Mike, look here.
Looks like your hunch was right, Mike.
It is the Scorpion, all right.
This proves the murder on this ship is working for the Scorpion.
I've heard of the Scorpion. Isn't he some sort of legendary spy master?
Spy genius, Captain. And he's no legend, blast his hide.
We now know who the Scorpion's gang is working for.
You can bet their biggest job is to prevent our Navy building a submarine base on Tangita Island.
Right. That makes it more urgent than ever that we capture the murderer aboard this ship.
I don't know how we can identify him now.
I think I do, Captain. We can begin by checking the code messages received by passengers aboard this ship.
That'll do it, laddie.
And when we've found him, the first thing we'll make him do is tell us where the Scorpion's headquarters are located on Tangita.
M22, the Scorpion is ready to speak.
I received your message, M22. I cannot tolerate failures. The Batavia must be sunk before her cargo is unloaded. Use a submarine. Winslow is holding the passengers aboard ship, placing Bersac in constant danger of discovery. Winslow must not reach him. My orders to capture Winslow and hold him a prisoner must be obeyed.
Scorpion's right. Baratavia must be sunk before Winslow finds out about Barzac. Get the Z-52 ready.
Sorry, M22, but both submarines will be tied up until our undersea oil well is repaired.
The perfect sub-base. Entrance hidden from the sea. Enough oil on the ocean floor to refuel an entire Navy. Now it's useless. I don't want excuses. Have that oil well operating within the next 24 hours.
That's the last of the radio messages sent from Pearl Harbor by Trans-Pacific, sir.
Oh, here's the complete list of names from Captain Holding, Don.
Chapman, tell Lieutenant Pennington to step in here.
Aye, aye, sir.
Mercedes, my hunch is right. There's one message listed by the Baratavia as having been sent by Trans-Pacific, which is not on Holding's list.
What does that mean, Don?
Well, it means it must have been sent from a secret radio station.
Did you uncover something, Don?
Yes, Red. We can have Captain Fairfield release his passengers.
Then there was no one at all on the list you could suspect as the murderer?
On the contrary, there was. And his name is Paul Barsac.
Great, I'll arrest him at once.
No, wait a minute, Red. We won't do anything to let him know we've spotted him. But we'll have him followed from the minute he leaves the ship. There's a very good chance that he'll lead us to the Scorpion's headquarters here on Tangita.
Barzak's got to be warned. I'll meet him at the boat. No, he has instructions to go to the Pacific Hotel. We'll contact him there through Tangita Jim.
just told us you're releasing the passengers on the Baratavia.
That's right.
That's good news, Commander. I need those skilled workmen to keep going on the new naval base.
Mr. Blake's already 3 weeks behind schedule.
Oh, I'm sorry to hold you up, Blake, but it's important that we get a line on the Scorpion's gang.
Don, Red found out Barsack has reservations at the Pacific Hotel. He's trailing him there.
The Pacific Hotel?
It's the only hotel on the island, Commander. Run by a half-caste by the name of Tangita Jim.
I have a room there. I was just going over to freshen up a bit.
Misty, do me a favor. Stay away from the hotel for the rest of the day.
Anything you say, Don.
Mike, you get up there as quickly as you can. And tell Red...
Reservations for Barsack? Paul Barsack?
Oh, yes, Mr. Barsack. Tangita Jim has the best room of the hotel.
Miss Gay, Misty Gay, is she in?
Sorry, sir, but she left early this morning.
To meet her here?
Well, you can wait if you like.
Thanks.
Your key, Mr. Barsack, number 18. I hope your stay in Tangita will be a pleasant one.
Thank you. I'm sure it will.
Took you long enough to report.
I couldn't help it, M22. They held us all on board ship.
Thanks to your bungling of the job.
I followed your orders to the letter.
Yes, I suppose you did. I didn't figure on Winslow's interference.
His red-headed friend followed me here.
I fully expected Winslow to have you followed.
Horny. Tell Don I spotted Barsack here at the hotel and to come right over.
All right, Red.
You take the car. I'll wait here.
Well, quite a striking resemblance.
Looks enough like you to throw Winslow off the trail. Yeah, and put me on the spot. Not if you're smart, Corley. And lead Winslow into a trap, as we planned.
Has anything happened?
No, he's still inside.
Good. Take the car and pick up Mike on the wharf. I may need him.
Don, that's Barsack.
He's heading for that jungle trail.
You've got to stop him.
No. He's probably heading for that hut where Red and I had the fight. When he comes back with Mike, tell them to wait here.
Hello?
Winslow is following Corley. He thinks Corley is Barsack.
Thanks, Jim. Our little scheme worked.
Good. Now we can get out of here. I'm anxious to get to your headquarters.
Take that brown car. Follow the coast road.
Does that lead to the mine?
No. I'll be waiting for you on the road at Lookout Point.
Well, that shouldn't be hard to find.
I'll be careful you're not followed. You know what it means if Winslow finds out that the mine is in any way connected with the Scorpion.
Why don't you let me finish off that nosy commander?
No. The Scorpion is reserving that pleasure for himself. Winslow must be taken alive. Now go ahead. Be sure to give me plenty of time before you follow. throw him in that corner and put a mat over him. You keep close guard over him. I've got to report to M22. How long are you going to keep him here? M22 will decide that. Your job's to see that nobody comes anywhere near this hut. Nobody will. Slug, you come with me.
Hey, Red. Are you sure this is the right trail?
Yeah, we'll be spotting the hut soon. But I am worried about not meeting Don.
That hot-headed young spalpeen. He had no business to chase that murdering crook through this jungle alone.
Well, I hope he didn't lose sight of Barsack. Here's the hut, Mike.
That devil in front of it makes me think something's happened to Don.
We gotta find out.
Oh, wait a minute. We gotta trick that crook. You sneak around in back of the hut. I'll give you plenty of time, and I'll open up with a barrage from my gun. When you hear me shooting, close in.
Okay, Mike. All right, guys, drop your gun.
Red, in here.
Mike, no use following him. That jungle's too thick. Come on, Don's inside.
Red, under the mat.
Don.
Good boy, Red. Get me out of this.
Down, my boy. Looks like you walked right into a trap.
They sure put one over on us that time.
Yeah, and it was cleverly done. That wasn't Barsack I followed.
I think you were right.
I know I'm right. Listen, we've got to get back to the hotel and pick up the trail of the real Barsack.
Right.
I'm leaving. You can send my stuff over to headquarters.
All right, Barsack. But be careful they don't follow you.
Something just happened that I don't understand. Another Barsack came out of the hotel, got into a car, and drove down the coast road.
That was the real Barsack. Let me have the car, Mercedes. I'm going after that crook.
Now you're talking, laddie. We'll catch him.
No, Mike. You and Red follow me in another car and keep me covered. Our friends have a habit of shooting in the back.
Here comes Barsack now. Get away without being followed?
The girlfriend of Winslow spotted me as I left the hotel.
Bungled again. She'll send someone after you.
Well, if she does, they won't find Barsack alive. Get that can of gasoline out of the car.
What for?
Never mind. Get it. Now pour it over that car. Find the wrecked car at the bottom of the cliff and think Barsack was killed. Come on. Find the wrecked car at the bottom of the cliff and think Barzak was killed. Come on.
Hey, golly, Don was sure lucky that time.
I'll say he was. Doesn't look like Barzak was.
Not if he was in that burning car.
He must have lost control right after the fire started.
Oh, sure, let's not worry about Barzak. Let's get down and see if we can help Don.
Come on, wake up.
Howdy, Barzak. Glad to see you got here.
I'm glad to be here.
Come on, come on. This mine makes a good front for our operations. How does this place strike you, Barzak?
Great. But how did the boats get in here?
That's the secret of the place. An underwater tunnel leads from here out to the ocean.
Strikes me as a perfect submarine base.
Especially with our undersea oil well to refuel the subs.
It's the only place like it in the world. Our master, the Scorpion, deserves a lot of credit for discovery.
Hello, Barzak. I hear you had a little trouble getting here.
Yeah, thanks to our good friend Winslow.
It's a Scorpion.
M22. I can't understand your stupidity in permitting the Batavia to unload supplies for the new naval base. Neither should Winslow have been allowed to identify Barzak. But we'll discuss your mistakes later. Now, there is important work to be done. The SS Tarleton, carrying a load of gun mountings and $1 million in gold, is due north of Tangita tomorrow morning. The ship is to be captured as a decoy for our submarines. The gold must be removed for my use. Communicate with my agent Kramer, a passenger aboard the Tarleton. He will give you further instructions. Those are my orders, M22. See that they are obeyed.
Barzak. See that Riker gets the Z-37 ready for action.
What about Winslow's destroyer?
620 is a problem. It would help a lot if we knew Winslow's plans.
Maybe we can find out at the listening post.
It's a good idea, Prindle. We'll go over there at once.
Message from Captain Holding, sir.
What is it, Don?
Read it.
SS Tarleton will be in Tangita danger zone at 8 a.m. the 27th. Freighter carries gun mountings and $1 million gold shipment. Meet ship with destroyer 620 and convoy are beyond area of submarine activity. 27th? Well, that's tomorrow.
Yes. We're leaving for convoy duty at midnight. It's important work, but I don't like being interrupted on this island job.
Well, it makes no difference, my lad. You've bungled it so far.
Huh? Oh, I resent that, Mike.
Yeah, Blake's been able to keep going with his work on the new naval base without any more sabotage.
Sure, and that's true. But you handled that Barsack wrong. You let him get away without finding out anything about the Scorpion's hideout.
We're not through with Barsack yet.
I don't get you, Don. Barsack is dead.
Yes, but his luggage is still at the hotel. We'll go over there tonight and take a look at it. We may find a clue among his personal effects that'll lead us to the Scorpion's headquarters.
Turn it off.
Winslow's convoying the Tarleton isn't going to help the Scorpion's plans any.
I have an idea Winslow won't be any place near the Tarleton.
But he just said he was...
He also said he was going to examine Barsack's luggage. If he does, he'll find something that'll throw him off the track. Spike, I want you and Corley to take this note to the hotel.
And we've got to get into Barsack's room at the hotel without anyone finding out what we're up to.
Well, that's fine, lad, but I'll creep up no dark alleys nor shinny up any posts. I'm too old for second-story work.
We'll rent a room.
Now, why didn't I think of that in the first place?
No, that won't do it. I think...
Pennington? Misty Gay's compliments, sir. And would you take it to dinner?
I've got it. Misty, you're just in time.
Would you mind repeating that? Red says I'm always late.
I'd like you to go to your room at the hotel.
But, Don, we just came from there. And Red promised to
Now,
take
don't argue, girls. This is important. You'll be receiving callers in just a few minutes.
Wait a minute. There's Barsack's room. Give me the passkey.
There it is.
Hi, sailor.
Hi, Misty.
Careful, no one sees you.
Did you find anything? Red!
Did he get you, Don?
Get those Scorpion agents. I'll bring Barsack's suitcase.
Did you see two? Did we? They practically knocked us over. They ran down the hall.
Did Winslow swallow the bait?
I don't know. He pretended thieves broke in Miss Gay's room. Spike, are you sure Winslow didn't see you plant that note?
He couldn't see me. My back was to the closet he was hiding in.
I don't see what good it'll do, even if he does find the note.
That's what we're going to find out. Corley, take that key. Slip into that empty room next to the girls and keep your ears open.
Look at this.
What is it?
The SS Mordania is to be torpedoed at 8 o'clock on the 27th, a short distance south of Tangita. It is your duty to see that the ship cargo of munitions does not reach its destination.
Terrible.
The worst part of it is we have orders to meet the Tarleton at the time the Mordania is to be torpedoed.
Come in.
Chapman just got a message from the Tarleton. She'll be due north of Tangita at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Thanks, Mike. What's that?
Oh, don't worry about that. This old place is full of creepy sounds.
Oh, I see.
What are we going to do about the Mordania, Don?
We are going to protect the Mordania. Inform Grady that we sail within the hour.
But, Don, Captain Holding...
That's an order, Lieutenant Pennington.
Aye, aye, sir.
Winslow's taking the 620 south immediately to help the Mordania.
Your scheme worked, M22. Now we can take over the Tarleton without interference from Winslow and the 620.
Good. We'll get back to headquarters and send the Z-37 on its way. Barzak, we've just received further instruction from the Scorpion. You are to accompany Riker on the Z-37. You will transfer to the Tarleton and take command of the ship.
Very well, M22.
You and Riker better get started. Contact Kramer when you reach your position.
M22. Take a look.
It's the 620, all right.
And she's sailing south.
By the time Winslow discovers the Tarleton's in trouble, he'll be too far away to do any good. Marco, lower the upper periscope.
There goes the Z-37.
And there's nothing Winslow can do to stop her.
Sir, I can't understand Commander Winslow deliberately disobeying Captain Holding's orders to convoy the Tarleton.
Doesn't seem like him, Lieutenant.
He'll be after getting himself court-martialed, I'm thinking.
Grady,
Yes, sir.
change course to due north. We're meeting the Tarleton to convoy her.
Aye, sir. Change course to due north.
Aye, sir.
But Don, what about the Mordania?
That message about the Mordania was a blind to get us away from the Tarleton so she could be raided.
What makes you think that?
Well, that message wasn't in Barsak's suitcase when I first looked through it. It was planted there later by an agent.
And you gave me those orders about the Mordania so that any Scorpion agents listening would think you'd fallen for their trick.
Right.
Hey, golly, you know a trick or two yourself, don't you?
Sparks has contacted Captain Sanborn of the Tarleton by radio, Commander.
Good. Tell Sandman to hold his course and then to stand by to pick me up. I'm going to transfer to the Tarleton to direct operations.
Aye, sir.
And when we found the message about the Mordania, I realized it was a blind to leave the Tarleton unprotected. So you see, Captain Sandman, I figured we could capture those submarine pirates if I came aboard your ship.
Good idea, Commander, and count on me for the fullest cooperation.
Thank you, Captain.
Well, Barsak, there's the Tarleton.
Good. Radio Kramer on board ship. We've reached our position, and to go ahead as planned.
Any word from the Z-37?
They're standing by you to start operations.
We'll signal them as soon as we've taken over the ship. Tell the others to take the positions I assigned them.
Hurry up, men, on deck.
Better move up closer.
We're taking over this ship. Signal the 620 to move up.
Yes, sir.
Hand over the radio, Bart.
Tell Barsak it's okay. Good work, boys.
Everything went just as the Scorpion planned.
First, we'll transfer the gold to the C-37. This ship is to be outfitted as a decoy for our submarines. I'm to take command, you know.
Okay, Commander.
Hey, Barsack, the 620 wants us to confirm Winslow's message to come within hail.
Winslow's message?
That must have been the message the operator was sending when I shot him.
Go back to the sub. Tell Reichler to remain on our starboard side and get ready for action. Confirm that call, Bart. Tell the 620 to come within hail on our port side. When the destroyer gets within range, Reichler can nose around our bow and torpedo her. Start sending. Kramer and I'll take over the wheel.
Right.
Commander Winslow confirmed the call, sir. Wants us to come within hail at once.
Well, then let's get ready for action.
Change the course. Steer northeast.
Forget my me, boys. You're only along by special permission.
I'll knock you down.
The Tarleton's between the sub and the destroyer. When the 620 gets close enough...
Riker will cut right across the Tarleton's bow and let the destroyer have it.
Right. We better go forward and man the gun, in case there's any slip-up.
This gun.
I don't understand it. Tarleton's traveling full speed ahead.
That was no salute.
Something must have happened to Don.
Fire control? They fire again, let them have a broadside.
But, sir, Commander Winslow's aboard that ship.
I know how you feel, Lieutenant, but it must be duty before friendship.
Take it easy, laddie. Don would want it that way, too, you.
Fire! Commence firing.
found our sub.
You've still got this gun.
Fire.
Commence firing.
Cease firing.
Cease firing.
All hands stand by.
Stand by.
We're pulling in closer to the Tarleton.
Sure, them Scorpion agents on the Tarleton must be doomed to open fire on a destroyer.
They certainly must be, Mr. Splendid. I don't know what they hope to accomplish with one small gun.
Well, the devils are still fighting. I hope they don't get Winslow.
We'll soon take the fight out of them.
Farsight. Farsight, you've got to get out of here. Most of our men are done for. We'll try to get down to the hold of the ship and hide in one of the boxes the men stowed away in.
Just killed Kramer, the leader of that gang of pirates.
Too bad we couldn't have taken him alive. There are a lot of things he might have told us.
That shell from the 620 nearly wrecked my ship.
I'd say it saved your ship, Captain.
Well, your ramming the submarine did that. That was a clever piece of work.
Well, with a few minor repairs, you'll still be able to pull into Rondana Bay behind the 620. In the meantime, I'd like to see if there are any of the Scorpion men still alive.
Right, Commander.
By golly, laddie, I'm proud of you. The way you saved the Tarleton with its cargo of guns and gold bullion.
I'm only sorry we didn't take more of the Scorpion agents alive.
Well, we have Barsack.
Ah, sure, you couldn't kill that crook. Didn't he turn up alive after going over a cliff in a burning car?
He did. And I still have hopes of him giving us the lead to the Scorpion's hideout. Once he does that...
Yeah, once he does that, the show's over.
He'll pull through all right. We've just got to keep him very quiet.
Radio this to Captain Hawley at once.
Aye, aye, sir.
What's the verdict?
He'll be all right, but you won't be able to worry him with questions for a few days.
I was afraid of that.
Sure, in a few days, more or less, won't make any difference so long as Barsack lives to tell us what we want to know.
We got to get Barsack away from him before he's well enough to talk.
I know we have, but how?
Come on, let's get back over to headquarters.
Now that the excitement's over, I can get back to work.
How's your work coming on, Blake?
I'll have that old smelter reconstructed into a modern power plant in another week, barring sabotage.
Well, we're not out of the woods yet by any means, so keep your guards posted. See you later, Misty.
Okay.
Howdy. Brindle get here?
Yeah, he went to the radio room.
Bring it in. You're just in time, M22. Scorpion wants to know about Barsack.
What about Barsek, M22?
Winslow holds him captive. He's in a serious condition, but expected to live, sir.
If he lives, he'll find some way to make him talk. Neither Winslow nor the Navy must learn we have an underground oil well and submarine base at Tangita. Rescue Barsek at once. He's still valuable to me.
I'll rescue him, all right. I'll do more than that. Get Corey at once.
You don't like it, Mike. Don taking that risk alone, we should be helping him.
Well, this is the way he wants it, and I'm thinking we are helping him. We're obeying his orders and keeping out of the way if bad says to it.
Well, I hope nothing happens to Mercedes.
You don't have to worry about that, young lady. She'll be taking good care of herself.
Well, Don shouldn't take such risks with her. It isn't worth it.
On the contrary, it'll be worth everything to us if it works. And you can be sure Don never would have started it if he hadn't known what he was doing. Oh, sit down, will you, Red, and let me walk the plank a while.
I've been waiting for you. Do as you're told and keep your mouth shut. Outside.
What does this mean? Where are you taking me?
You'll be perfectly safe, miss. We need a nurse for Barsack.
I'm taking it on my own to go back to the warehouse and see what's happening.
Oh, all right, if you can't get your nose out of it, and I'll go with you to see you don't get into trouble.
If you two think I'm going to stay here by myself, you're crazy.
What's the matter?
Matt and Husky will take Barsack and the nurse to number 2 listening post. They're to wait for us there.
Did M22 change his plans?
Not much, but he wants you and Spike to start placing dynamite in the smelter chimney and blow it up right away. That'll stop Blake's work on the power plant.
That was a smart move on the part of M22. I think the Scorpion will like it.
Yeah, while Winslow and his pals are looking around for Barsack, we wreck the smelter.
And with Winslow busy investigating the explosion, we can pick up Barsack and that nurse and take them to the hideout.
We can't miss.
Before they do. Even if my scheme did fail to get me into the Scorpion's hideout and we learned about the smelter, there may be time to save it. Have Red and Mike come to the smelter as fast as they can.
All right, Don, good luck.
Oh, thanks. I'll need it.
Okay, now for a last look at that charge.
Sure.
All right. That hole's deep enough, let it alone. You don't pack that dynamite in good and solid, you lose a lot of its force. This explosion has to be just right to smash these buildings and cripple the power plant.
What makes you so sure that the chimney's going to fall the way you want it to?
Everything depends on how the dynamite's placed. With the charge on this side, it can't fall in any direction except toward the smelter. If we're on the opposite side, it'll fall toward the kill.
Well, I put it just like you told me.
All right. Let's get back to the plunger and set her off. Go.
Hold it. You've got a loose connection.
You had a bad connection, but it's all right now.
Get away from that plunger!
Fall on us if we don't get out of here. You had a bad connection, but it's all right now.
Good.
Get away from that plunger!
Fall on us if we don't get out of here.
Certainly bungled that job from every angle.
We smashed the chimney.
But we didn't smash the powerhouse, thanks to Winslow.
He got what was coming to him. He's under that pile of bricks.
We were supposed to take him alive. Now, let's get back and break the sad news to Merlin.
Doesn't that look like the car Mercedes said Don used?
It does that, Red. If the thing only had a license on it, we might trace the owner.
Mike, that's a break. The stack didn't fall on the power plant.
Well, you can bet Don kept that from happening. I just hope they didn't get him.
Were you here, Pat, when the chimney collapsed?
We're working underground when we heard the explosion.
Have you seen Commander Winslow?
No, sir.
He must be around here somewhere.
Listen. Did that knock him?
There's someone alive under the wreckage.
It's Don. That's our old secret code, Mike.
Oh, praise be, he's still alive.
Well, he won't be for long if we leave him in there. Come on, let's get him out. Get him back, man.
Destroy the power plant?
No. We ran into a mix-up with Winslow. He switched the dynamite charge.
So you let him outsmart you again, did you?
It's the last time he'll interfere with us. He's dead.
Dead? How did that happen?
Falling chimney crushed him.
Scorpion ordered us to take him alive.
We couldn't help what happened.
I don't want to hear your alibis now. We've got something else to do. We've got to rescue Barzak.
Barzak? Well, he's at the listening post.
That's what you think. That was Winslow you carried to the hut. He was impersonating Barzak.
Well, then, where's Barzak?
Still at the warehouse dispensary, with only one man guarding him. You follow me.
Come on, boy. That's it. A little more, Red. That's it. Okay, now, sailor.
That was a close one, Red.
You're not kidding. It was a fine job you did, lad. You saved Blake's power plant.
You certainly did. How did you do it?
I'll tell you all about it in the car on the way back to the warehouse.
Then I'll have to hear it later. I've got to clear this debris out of the way. All right, Pat, get busy. Come on, boy. Hit it up.
I'm going to see how Barzak's getting along.
Fine, Red.
a chance, Don. The Scorpion's agents took Barsack.
What about Chapman? Where is he?
They took him, too. And I heard one of the men say something about our codes.
Codes? They're still here.
Take Barzak to our hospital room as quick as you can. He needs immediate attention.
I can't figure it, Red. They took Chapman, the safe is open, and yet they didn't touch our code book.
Well, we know their object in coming here was to get Barsack, but why take Chapman along, too?
Unless it was to torture the poor lad.
They've got some smart trick up their sleeves. You can bet on that.
M22 standing by.
Go ahead, M22.
We rescued Barzak from Winslow. He's here now, but in a critical condition.
Barsack must receive our best medical care. Why hasn't Winslow been taken prisoner as I ordered?
He's dead.
Dead? How did that happen?
He tried to interfere with our agent's attempts to destroy the power plant at the Navy base. He was killed accidentally.
Did you photograph Winslow's special codes?
We did. We also have Chapman, his radio operator, a prisoner.
All right, you have my orders regarding those codes. See that they are obeyed.
Winslow's death will certainly change the plans of his associates in running down our sabotage.
Yes. You better get to the listening post as quick as you can. We've got to find out what those changes are going to be.
Tell Rhett and Mike to come in here, will you, please?
Okay.
Well, my hunch was right.
Did you find the mic?
Sure I found it. Under the floor of the radio room, right where I marked it with that paper. The wires lead off through heavy foliage into the jungle.
They probably lead to those huts where you've had so much trouble.
Right. One of those huts, or both of them, is their listening post.
What are we waiting for? Let's go over and break them up.
No need of that. I cut the wires. Right now, we've got to find Chapman.
Sure, they must have taken him to their headquarters, wherever that is.
To get to the listening post and try to capture one of their men and make him talk. I'll go on ahead. Red, you and Mike follow.
You've a lot to know where he got that hunch about the microphone.
Oh, I can tell you that. He found it out while he was impersonating Barsack in the hut. One of the agents was talking about a listening post.
Oh. Well, Mike, looks like here we go again.
Hi, Spike.
Hello.
Picked up anything yet, Corley?
No, nothing of importance.
You sure they haven't broadcast anything since they returned to the warehouse?
Yeah, they've been very quiet for some time.
All right, close up the set. Check with Kolash, Dell C-Mill, where they're holding Chapman.
What's M22 going to do with Chapman?
Take him to headquarters where we can force information out of him. You and Spike wait here.
Winslow. Surprised to see me alive, aren't you? All right, out. Mike.
didn't you let us go after him? We've got to get Chapman. I found out where they're holding him. Where's the car?
Sure, and Blake has it. He's waiting for us back at the end of the trail.
Then let's get back there. We haven't any time to lose. Blake, have you ever heard of a place called the Old Sea Mill?
Sure, it's near the shore at the end of an ocean canal.
Then let's get there as fast as we can. That's where they've got Chapman. Certainly looks deserted enough.
I guess that's why the Scorpion's men are using it for a hideout.
That's what I figure. Mike, you and Blake stay here.
By golly, I expected that. I never get into a fight.
You might have a chance. After a reasonable time, follow us. We may be walking into a trap.
If Winslow overheard you talking in that hut, he's liable to bring a mob to the rescue.
No, Winslow doesn't work that way. But if he should come, here's what we've got to do.
Judging from these tracks, this old mill isn't as deserted as it looks.
While you fellows are doing that, Spike and I'll be...
4 white men come. Winslow overheard you all right.
Lucky for us, he did. Now with Chapman for bait, we can follow out the Scorpion's orders and capture Winslow alive. All right, fellas, get set.
See where that door leads.
Drop your guns, both of you. Since you're so curious, go on in and take a look. Go on. Take a look through the trap door, Winslow. We have one of your friends down there. Take him out to the old canal chute.
It's lucky you found me, Commander. One of the Scorpion's men photographed our code books, and they have the film here somewhere.
We've got to get that film back at any cost. This trapdoor is locked. Looks like some sort of an opening over there. Could be a ventilator.
Maybe this lever operated, sir.
We'll soon find out.
out. This plane crashed that front door.
Under that of the room. Beat it upstairs, Spike. Get the camera and pictures we took of his special codes.
And get out through that trap door in the back room.
Just in time, Red.
Looks like those crooks tried to drown you.
Two of them made their getaway. They have photographs of our secret codes.
Here, Commander, take this gun.
Thanks, Blake. Those Scorpion crooks got out of this mill with our secret codes that escape in our car. Can you navigate, Chapman?
Yes, Commander. All right. Mike, let us take a look upstairs.
There's one of them. It's heading for our car. Hold it. Let him go, Red. He'll be as hard to catch as a rattler in this thick jungle growth.
The photograph codes, Commander.
Are you sure?
This is the camera they used to photograph our code books.
We'll take them back and have them developed to make certain, and then burn them.
See, if those are the codes, we've spoiled another of the Scorpion's little plans.
This was a big plan, Red. If the Scorpion had our code, he could intercept our messages and then send out false ones, without our knowing it.
Here comes Mike.
We searched that whole mill from top to bottom, and there's nary a sight of them heathen.
We'll have that place thoroughly investigated later. Right now, we've got to get back to the warehouse and develop these films.
About time you showed up, Prindle. M22's been asking for you.
Stow the gas.
Wait a minute, Prindle.
Where's the code photographs?
Winslow and his pals jumped me, creased my shoulder with a piece of lead. Took the camera and films.
Hey, Corley, get Spike over to the hospital room and have his shoulder fixed up.
I can go to the hospital myself.
I'm on my way to tell the submarine captain that the undersea oil well is fixed and he can fuel up.
Prindle! Scorpion's waiting for a report.
Scorpion ain't gonna like Prindle's report. You can't blame him. With Winslow free, there's always a chance of him finding this underwater sub-base.
Yeah, it'd be a shame to have that sailor Winslow interfering with this setup.
So you'd better get over to the hospital room and have Doc Hunter fix up that shoulder.
M22 standing by.
M22. Again you have failed. This time you must carry out my instructions or suffer the Scorpion's punishment. Work on the United States Naval Base continues without interruption in spite of the fact that Don Winslow is dead. It must be stopped. Do you understand?
Yes, Master. But I must report that Winslow is still alive. He escaped from the accident which we thought had killed him.
Alive? Then he outsmarted you again. Can't you realize that Winslow threatens our undersea base on Tangita? He must be taken prisoner and his destroyer, the 620, must be destroyed. You, M22, are not to be suspected. Contact Coloca, the witch doctor at his native village. Remind him of his promise to help us. Use him. Winslow's disappearance must look like a native job. You have heard my orders. Obey them.
Scorpion is sure plenty sore.
He has reason to be. We've got to obey his orders or... Well, you know the penalty.
What's this about Coloca?
Oh, he's an ambitious old crook who wants to take over the tribe from the rightful chief Tambana.
I don't see how that's going to help us.
If we promise Coloca to help him get control of the natives, he'll take care of Winslow and his associates for us. I have an idea. If it works, it'll make Coloca do anything we ask him. I'll contact him right away. We better take Corley. He understands and speaks the native tongue. We may need him.
Coloca.
What Scorpion man want?
Scorpion said you would help us. Coloca had given his word.
Scorpion must help Coloca to be chief. Tombana, not good king.
Scorpion is ready to keep his word. All right, boys, open up the outfit. Hand me the mic. Take that loudspeaker and put it back of the idol's head where it won't be seen.
Okay.
Now, speak into that, low.
Coloco for that.
No, go ahead. Try it again. It won't hurt you.
Coloco for that.
Talk box make look like our great god talk.
That's the idea. You can use it to make your idol Monakai tell your people to get rid of Tambana and make you king.
Coloco help Scorpion men.
Good. All right, boys. Hook up the outfit back of the idol, where Coloca can use it without being seen. You know Commander Winslow?
Him big Navy man?
That's the one. I'll bring him here with his friends. You keep him alive as a prisoner and throw the others in the ocean to the sharks.
Many native people plenty sick. Coloca make native people believe the white man Winslow make their idol angry.
That's a good idea.
Oh, Red.
Yeah?
Put some of that stuff on my back for me, will you, please?
All right. You know, I hope this idea of yours is worth all this trouble.
Suffering snakes, will you look at the boy?
Don, what on earth?
I have a hunch that with this disguise, I'll be able to investigate that old sea mill without much interference.
Hello, folks. Tell me where I can find Commander Winslow.
Hello, Merlin. I hope you'll pardon my disguise.
Well, it's a very clever getup.
I hope it'll help me in my efforts to learn something about the Scorpions gang.
I may be able to help you.
I wish you could.
One of my native workmen told me that his people blame the sickness on the presence of us white people on the island.
That might prove serious.
Now, this fear among the natives may be caused by the Scorpions' agents.
Why do you say that?
Well, this native said that he saw a number of white men in an old ruin near their village. They were working around an idol which the natives hold very sacred.
Don, my boy, that's the clue we've been looking for.
It may be. Oh, Misty, call Chapman for me, will you please?
Merlin, just where's this old ruin located? It's on a cliff overlooking the village. I'd be glad to take you to it.
Fine, let's go and investigate right now.
Well, Don, what about this getup?
I'll leave it on. I may be able to investigate the old sea mill later. Oh, Chapman, I want you to go with us. We may need you.
Aye, aye, sir.
All right, Red. Mike?
Miss Colby, I'm in something of a jam. A number of my native workmen's children are sick, and I thought perhaps you might...
Of course, Mr. Blake. I'd be glad to help them. I'll get my kit. I'll get it for you.
I hate to impose on you like this, but my company doctor's overworked.
Oh, well, don't give it a thought.
If these children don't recover, the superstitious natives might blame it on our naval construction job.
Well, thank you, Misty.
Winslow swallowed the bait, all right.
And that old crook Coloca will do the rest.
Why is Merlin sticking with them?
So that Winslow will think Merlin's one of the victims when Coloca's natives jump them.
And then when the natives sacrifice the others, Coloca will turn Merlin loose, huh?
Better than that. Coloca will hold Winslow for us to turn over the Scorpion. Then he'll fix it for Chapman to escape.
Why let him escape?
Because Chapman will report that the natives did the job.
Boy, what a setup.
Yeah, looks a little weird.
Let's investigate it.
I'd be careful. If there are any natives around, I'm sure they'd object to our touching their idol.
We'll take that chance. Modern dictaphone set. Your hunch was right, Merlin.
Come in here. Did you get them?
They prisoners.
Good.
That's the old temple, once used as a sacrificial altar to the native idol or god that still stands inside the temple.
That must be the idol that Merlin was talking about. I suppose Don and the others are in there now.
We can soon find out.
More of Winslow's friends.
Won't he be surprised when he sees me walking in on the investigation?
I'll tell him you treated those sick children so well I brought you to see the temple as a reward.
They must be sacrificed for the others. Get Coloca quick.
I'd certainly like to get out of this dungeon and investigate this place.
Might be the Scorpion's hideout.
What I overheard, I don't think so.
Did you hear them heathen say what they're going to do with us?
That old witch doctor told the natives we were to be sacrificed.
We've got to get out of here.
They're Winslow's friends. Capture them and sacrifice them with the others.
Coloco, do what you say.
My, that was a long climb. Seems awfully quiet. I wonder where Don and the others are.
Let's go in and find out.
Weird looking, isn't it? I wonder if I dare go up there.
I think so.
Tell Coloca to start the sacrificial ceremony right away.
If this plan works, head for the top of the stairs in the next room. There's some kind of a door there.
Our gods are angry. They demand the lives of the white people. Let the drums begin our blood ceremony.
We're no better off than we were before.
Sure, and you're right. It would be suicide to jump off of this cliff.
Sure, and you're wrong, Mike. I can make that dive.
No, Don, please don't try.
I'm sure I can make it. Then I'll sneak back to the temple, get the guns, and if I'm lucky, we can make a break for it.
Sharks!
than we were before.
Sure, and you're right. It would be suicide to jump off of this cliff.
Sure, and you're wrong, Mike. I can make that dive.
Good boy.
Sharks!
By golly, Don made it. He escaped them man-eaters.
This escape won't do us any good.
Why won't it?
Those natives have worked themselves into a frenzy. Can't get through those natives, and that's all there is to it.
Well, we can try.
Where's my sarong? Here. Keep an eye out, Mike. You know their language, Blake. What are they saying?
The big native is Tambana, their chief. He told his people that we are their friends. The Kaloka, the witch doctor, lies.
That means we can depend upon Tambana to help get us out of here.
What are we waiting for? Let's get in there.
Wait a minute, Red. I'd like to plan some sort of a defense in the event that they attack us.
The witch doctor's using that microphone to make the natives think their idol's talking to them.
He's telling them that Munakai, their idol, wants the white men sacrificed. That the white men are about to drive them from their island. A faker. He's also telling them that Tambana is the friend of the white man and must be sacrificed with him. The Caloca must be their new king.
This thing is getting plainer every minute. That witch doctor is working with the Scorpion's agents, trying to turn the natives against us.
Well, faith, then. That's the man we got to lay our hands on.
We'll have to rush them. Maybe the surprise of seeing us will hold them off for a minute. But remember, we have to get Caloca alive. Mercedes, you stay in back of us out of the line of fire. All right, Red.
The old heathen, he's still popping off.
Why did you kill him?
I thought you tried to get him and missed.
Don is going to have a tough job keeping that mob away from us.
Not if he can explain to them what made the rhino speak. The rest of you stay here. I'm going to have a talk with him. Tombana, your sacred idol Monakai did not speak. You and your people were tricked by Caloca. I will show you. Listen. Caloca spoke to you. It was not the voice of Monakai, your sacred idol. Speak to your people, Tombana, and tell them that their sacred idol Monakai did not speak to them. Tell them it was the evil work of Caloca, who has been killed by the idol for his treachery. Tell them that.
Tombana, Bavana, Pudana, Kirata, Hanbana, Caloca, Katamba.
I have told my people that you are our friends and that we trust you.
And we trust you, Tombana. We are here to protect you and your people.
Tombana, thank you.
Blake! Pick up the rest of this contraption from the idol. First, we find an up-to-the-minute microphone under the floor of the radio station, and now this.
Yeah, the latest type public address system. Equipment like this must mean that the Scorpion's agents have a complete communication setup.
I'm sure of it. And highly trained technicians and an A1 sending station right here on this island.
Well, if that's the case, we have a job on our hands to try and locate it.
Yeah, this island covers plenty of territory.
Doc, why don't we run a triangulation test? We could use the radio on the 620 and the one at Randana Bay.
That's a great idea, Red. That's just what I'm going to do. Are you all through, Blake?
Yes.
Well, bring the rest of the equipment and let's get back to the warehouse.
Any luck, Don?
Not much. We've picked up a few messages intended for a station somewhere on this island, but that's all.
Sure, and that's something.
Yes, but as long as that station here on the island is silent, neither Red on the 620 nor Chapman here can get the 2 points we need from which to draw the triangle that'll locate the Scorpion's secret base.
Might be located in that whole sea mill.
I wouldn't be surprised, Mike.
Well, it's my firm conviction that when you do locate the Scorpion's radio, you'll discover his headquarters at the same time.
Possibly. But we're going to stick right here until we get some sort of a message from the station we're after. And then we'll triangulate it so fast it'll make your head swim.
Well, good luck. I've got to get back to the mine. Be sure to let me know if there's anything I can do to help you.
Thanks, Merlin.
Scorpion's certainly sending us fine equipment.
We'll need it.
That boat's the latest and best in submarine construction. Scorpion, what do you do? Cruiser submarine Z40 equipped with plane.
You arrived just in time, Captain Jackley. I have an important job waiting for you.
Good, I'm ready.
The destroyer 620 is lying offshore, attempting to triangulate our radio station here with the station at Rondana Bay.
Do you want me to attack it, sir?
Oh, no. You can't afford to take that much risk. But you will have to launch your plane. You've got to see about refueling.
Having an undersea oil well down here certainly makes this the most perfect secret subbase in the world.
That's why I'm doing everything in my power to protect it.
It's the 620, sir. Radio telephone.
I've just picked up something out here I think you ought to get in on. Switch over to the 15 megacycle band and listen in.
Chapman, put it on 15 megacycles. This may be interesting, Mike.
Your continued failure, M22, either to capture my enemy Winslow or to ruin the naval base, proves you are the wrong man for the Tangita assignment.
Don, that's the Scorpion himself talk.
None other, Mike. That definitely proves that there's a secret radio station on this island.
If it would only send so that we could pick it up, sir.
I have too much at stake to allow Winslow to stand in my way. If you can't accomplish what I've ordered, I'll replace you and all my agents in Tangita. See that my orders are obeyed.
You know what the Scorpion means by replacing us.
Yeah, it means our demise. Disposing of us in his usual way unless we capture Winslow.
Not only capture Winslow, but annihilate the entire setup. Where's Corley and Spike?
The sea mill repairing our radio.
You better get up there right away. Tell Corley to send fake code messages to imaginary submarines any place in the Pacific.
What's that for?
Winslow at the warehouse radio, Pennington at the 620 are trying to triangulate this station, aren't they?
Sure, but all we gotta do is keep Barker from sending.
We'll do better than that. With Corley broadcasting his fake message, Pennington and Winslow are sure to pick it up. That'll make them think that the radio station is located in the mill.
Then they'll destroy it.
No, we'll destroy it before they get there. I want them to believe that the mill is the Scorpion's headquarters.
Well, how do we know when they locate it?
I'm going up there right away and try and find that out. When I do, I'll send Barzak up to bomb the mill.
But we'll be in there and...
Don't be alarmed. I'll instruct Barzak to fly twice over the mill before he bombs it. That'll give you plenty of time to get out.
Okay.
Anything new?
Yes. The station we've been searching for has been sending all right, but we can't make out the code.
Well, can't you triangulate the location of the station?
As nearly as we can judge, it's somewhere in the vicinity of the old sea mill.
Sure, wasn't that what I was telling you?
Well, I'm still gambling. If you locate the radio at the old sea mill, you'll discover that it's also the Scorpion's headquarters.
I hope you're right. Mike, get Blake. I want you two to start a thorough investigation. As soon as Red gets back with the 620, we'll follow.
Yes, sir. Maybe this once I'll get in on the ground floor of a good fight.
Anything I can do?
I'm afraid not. But I'll let you know how we come out.
Thanks.
It's the 620 again, sir. Lieutenant Pennington calling.
Wait a minute, Mike. Let's see what this is.
The 620 is returned, sir, and is moored in her usual berth.
All right, Red. Come in as quickly as you can. This changes things. Red is back with the 620. So he and I will go up to the mill, and you and Blake follow us later.
Oh, sure. I knew it would turn out that way.
Now, listen. Here's what you and Blake will have to do.
We've been sending for over an hour now, Prindle. We ought to get out.
Sure. Winslow's had all the time he needs to get a line on this station.
We're gonna stay right here and keep on sending till the plane flies over the first time. We'll have plenty of time to get out after that.
Yeah, if we're lucky. I don't like the split-second timing.
You and me both. I don't want to be here when those eggs start dropping on this old mill.
Stop worrying. Keep on sending.
Seaporting review, Captain. Ready, sir. Okay. I'm sending Barzak with you to fly the plane. He knows the location of the sea mill and is sufficiently recovered from his accident to handle the job. Right, sir. All set? Yes, sir. All right. Don't come back and blow that mill off the face of the earth.
ahead and keep a sharp lookout. I'm going on ahead.
Okay, sailor.
I'll signal you from one of the windows the minute I locate anything.
Colonel, come here.
What is it?
Winslow.
This was made to order. If we can capture Winslow alive, everything will be Jake with a scorpion. Calling. Keep on sending that fake message. Spike.
Stand up. All right, over against them. Hurry up. Marsack.
I'm going to beat it before that guy starts dropping eggs on us.
I'm with you.
Wait, we gotta take Winslow with us.
This is the one time I'm forgetting the Scorpion's order.
Me too. Come on.
Taking Winslow with us.
Not me. That's Barsack's second time over. beat it before that guy starts dropping eggs on us.
I'm with you.
Wait, we gotta take Winslow with us.
This is one time I'm forgetting the Scorpion's orders.
Me too, come on.
Pennington's crazy if he expects to find Winslow alive in that old mill.
Going to have trouble explaining Winslow's death to the Scorpion.
Oh, blame it on Barsack. We can say he didn't give us warning enough before he started unloading those bombs.
It'll be Barsack's word against ours, and Scorpions believe him. We were told to take Winslow alive.
Maybe it's just possible he is still alive.
If he is, Pennington will find him. We'll wait right here and see.
Boy, am I glad to see you. I thought they had you for sure that time. What happened, Red? You were bombed, sailor. That's what happened. A guy in a plane dumped eggs all over the place.
How about those 3 Scorpion agents who were here?
Oh, I took a couple shots at them and they ran into the jungle. Hey, did you find out anything before the fireworks started?
Well, those crooks were working a radio when I first came in, but there's nothing left of it now.
Then you think this was their radio headquarters?
I'm not so sure. Let's get out of here and we'll talk it over.
Why, wait here. Let's go in and...
That's a break. Winslow wasn't killed.
There's only 2 of them. We may still have a chance to catch him alive if we're quick about it.
Oh, praise be, lad. You weren't in there when that Spalpeen in the plane bombed the place.
But I was.
Well, then how...
But why did they bomb it?
Oh, I know the answer to that one myself. It was because Don was in there.
I think you're wrong, Mike. The Scorpion's agents knew in some way that we were attempting to triangulate their radio station. I believe they bombed this place to make it look as though the Scorpion was destroying his own hideout to keep it from falling into our hands.
You mean they wanted us to believe this was their headquarters?
Sure. If they weren't trying to put us off the track, why bomb it?
I've got it. Let's get to our car before they reach theirs. Come on.
But how did they know we were trying to do any triangulating at all?
I don't know, Mike. There must be a leak someplace. A leak that we've got to find and plug if we're ever going to run those crooks to it.
You don't suppose they got their information through that microphone they planted under our radio room?
No. I cut those wires when I found it. Well, let's get back to the warehouse.
What's your idea, Brindle?
When Winslow and his men start getting their car, we'll break from cover. They'll follow us to Sam's house in the native village. With Butch and Sam helping us, we'll take Winslow alive.
By golly, I can't figure out where all them Scorpion agents is hiding themselves on this island.
They could be right out in the open, Mike. They might be miners working for Merlin without his knowing it.
Yeah, they might even be working for me. I don't have any way of knowing it.
Aye. But once they get me 2 hands on the brother's case... laying down a dust screen to keep us away from them. Can you see to drive, lad?
I could drive this thing through a haystack and come out with a needle.
And what do we want with a needle?
Never mind, Mike. Just hang on.
Better slow down, Lieutenant.
No, Red, keep going. We can't afford to lose sight of them.
Did you see which road
road they took through the village?
No, but there's a couple of cars parked up there that look like the one they were in.
Mike, give me a hat and coat.
And what would you be wanting with them?
I'm going on into the village and see if one of them is their car. And I don't want to advertise my identity.
Well, maybe my hat and coat will get into a good fight. I can't.
Blake, you won't arouse any suspicion. You trail me in at a distance. And if you see me go in one of those houses, you come back here and get the rest of them.
Don, why don't you let one of us go in your place this time?
The Scorpion wants to get me alive. They'll shoot the rest of you on sight. Don't worry. I'll be all right.
Don't worry, says he. And him having all the fun.
There's Winslow now.
Yeah, changed his clothes. Thinks he's trying to fool somebody.
Yeah, and he's alone. This ought to be a cinch.
Okay, do as I told you. He's sure to try to come in here.
Yeah, what do you want?
Who owns this car out here?
Maybe me and maybe somebody else. What's it to you?
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to talk to you about it.
Come on in if you think it'll do you any good. Now, what do you want to know?
All I can find out about that car out there.
Say, who are you anyway?
Commander Winslow of the United States Navy.
Yeah? If you're Commander Winslow, I'm Admiral of the fleet. He's gone inside. We better get up there.
You're wasting your time asking us about that car outside, mister. What would a couple of miners be doing with a car like that?
Oh, so you're a couple of miners, eh?
Yeah, that's right. You heard what we said. Now get going.
Wait a minute. Just answer me a couple of civil questions first.
We ain't answer nothing. Now you're going to get out of here, we're going to have to throw you out. You an expert, mister?
Let him up, fellas. Oh, so there is a connection between this house and the car outside.
Tie him in that chair.
You sure had a lot of nerve busting in here roughhousing my friends.
Hands in the clear, all of you. Now over and face that wall.
You got in just in time, Ray.
Get over there.
Get him untied, Mike.
Let's get out of here.
He's getting away with his two men.
We'll go after them, Commander.
Let them go. I want to question these two miners. All right. What have you got to say for yourselves?
I'm sorry, Commander. I didn't figure who you was busting in the way you did.
What do you know about the man who just escaped?
Well, you mean Spike? Not much. Him and a couple other guys by the name of Pringle and Corley come over here sometime.
Do they work in the mine?
Sometimes, not regular. Why? They deserters in the Navy?
Hardly. We don't have their kind in the Navy.
Well, I figured if they would, I'd help you catch him.
You knew Merlin, of course.
Oh, sure. He's a big shot of the mine. Ask him about me. What's Clamp's the name? This guy here, Sam Munn.
Let's get back to the mine.
Smart guys. But they can't outsmart the Scorpion agent.
Mike.
You think that mug back there was on the level?
Butch? I'm not sure, but I thought we'd better check with Merlin before we do anything else.
Sure, and them's my sentiments exactly.
Winslow's heading for the mine. Get Merlin for me.
"16 calling M22.
16 calling M22. 16 calling M22.
Hold on, please. M22? Brindle calling, sir.
Okay, Brindle, go ahead.
Winslow and his men are heading for the mine along the shore road.
All right. Cut through on the jungle road and get here before them.
Okay. Looks like this is the time we get Winslow.
Now get this, Brindle. No, I don't want anything to happen that will make Winslow suspicious of the mine. You carry out my orders, leave the rest to me.
The Scorpion is calling.
Bring him in.
I'm going to give you one more chance, M22. With a plane, Captain Jeckling brought you on the Z-40 submarine. Barsek should be able to bomb all the construction work Blake has done on the submarine base. See that this is accomplished and report.
That was close, but we got here before Winslow.
Did you see your car arrive?
No, we pulled the car into Tunnel 9. And as we were walking toward the shaft house, we saw Winslow's car coming up the coast hill.
All right. Only you stay here. Brindle, you and Spike go above. I may need you, but keep out of Winslow's sight.
Yes. M22? Taylor, the chemist, wants you in the reduction chamber right away. He says it's important. Okay. He's on his way up.
Well, I wanted to explain why I can't comply with your demand for more speed in my vaporization and reduction process.
Go ahead, but make it as brief as possible.
When I raise the temperature to 120 degrees in this room, it speeds up vaporization. But those vapors are so deadly that I lose time in ventilating this chamber before it's safe for anyone to get in here to reload the tanks.
You ventilate this chamber from the control room?
Yes, sir. I open and close the ventilators from the control room. With the same lever, I open the door.
He's better get over to the shaft house. Winslow and his gang are just driving through the gate.
I'll get over right away. All right, go ahead with your vaporization, the same as you've been doing. But remember, we have to ship some more gold out of here right away to keep up our front.
Yes, sir. You better stay right here in the car and wait for me.
Can't we just snoop around a bit?
No, Mike, this is just a social call. I'm Merlin.
Well, Commander, this is an agreeable surprise.
Thanks. I'd like a little information about some of your miners.
Why, of course, Winslow. I'm entirely at your service.
Do you have 3 men by the names of Prindle, Spike, and Corley working for you?
Prindle, Spike, and Yes, I believe we have, but not regularly. Why do you ask?
Those men are definitely Scorpion agents.
Well, now we're getting somewhere. Shouldn't be difficult to round them up.
Mr. Merlin, there's some serious trouble in lateral number 2. The engineer in charge would like you to go down there at once.
I'm sorry, Commander. I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me for a couple of minutes. You can wait in my office if you like.
Thank you very much.
the ore in all the tanks, sir. You can go ahead with your vaporization.
Oh, good, good.
Hold it, Brindle. There are a few questions I want answered.
We can't talk here. I don't want Merlin to know I'm in the mine.
Well, he's going to know it. All right. Start walking towards the elevator. Move.
As soon as I get these dials set. Now, close the reduction chamber door.
Yes, sir.
Now turn on the full 120 degrees. M22's in a hurry for the gold.
M22 is always in a hurry.
M22's in a hurry for the gold.
M22 is always in a hurry.
reduction chamber. Winslow's trapped in there.
Open it, Eddie.
The effects of the acid fumes.
Close the door, Taylor. The fumes are spreading.
Quick, close the reduction chamber door.
Yes, sir.
Well, this stuff seems to help. My head's beginning to clear a little.
Good.
What happened? I don't know. The last thing I seem to remember is fighting two men.
Was that one of them?
Yes. Is he dead?
I think so, Commander. I saw you struggling with him, and I shot him to save your life.
I'm sorry you did that, Merlin. We make it a rule in naval intelligence to capture men, not to kill them.
Sure, and he's right. Them spalpeens is worth more alive to be answering questions than dead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commander. I was only thinking of helping you.
Here's something, sir.
The Scorpion's insignia.
That proves he was a Scorpion agent.
Yes. It was the M22.
I believe he was, sir. These papers seem to prove it.
Official orders. All addressed to M22.
Well, I guess M22 won't be bothering us anymore.
Boy, what a relief to have him out of the way.
There were 3 men that worked on that mine. The other 2 might still be here.
Is there anything I can do to help you, Commander?
Yes, Merlin, there is. I'd like to have you take me on a personally conducted tour of inspection through your mine. If those 2 men are working here, I'll recognize them.
By all means.
I'd like to go with you, Don.
Sure, Red, come on.
We'll stick around up here and do a little inspecting on our own.
Good idea, Mike.
Make yourself at home. I'm sure you'll find it interesting.
Winslow and that red-headed stooge of his are inspecting the mine.
Is M22 with him?
Yeah.
He ought to be smart enough to keep him from finding the secret entrance to this place.
I hope so. If they barge in here, it'll be curtains for all of us.
This is the last tunnel, Commander.
It seems to be.
If those men were here, we'd have found them.
Well, wait a minute. Where does this lead?
A couple of natives were killed there in a cave-in. The tunnel was too dangerous to work, so we had to abandon it. It's been barricaded for over a year. There's no way anyone could possibly get into that tunnel now.
Anybody'd be crazy to go to a place as dangerous as that looks.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, Rainbow Room, operator.
Going up.
Thanks very much, Merlin, for your cooperation.
Not at all, Commander. I'm glad to do anything I can to help you fellas round up that gang responsible for the sabotage at the naval base.
I wish a few more people on Tangita felt that way about it.
Well, at least we don't have to worry about M22 anymore.
That's true enough. Well, thanks again, Merlin. Red, let's find the others and get back to the warehouse.
Yes, sir.
M22.
We've got the undersea oil well operating at full blast, and they're refueling the Z-40.
That's fine. But all the undersea oil wells in the world won't do us any good till Winslow's out of the way. But what's up? You'll find out in the radio room. I've got to report to Scorpion. Contact the Scorpion.
Yes, sir.
I'm waiting for your report, M22.
Prindle is dead. I shot him to prevent his capture by Winslow. He would have talked and given away the whole setup.
You did well. We must take no chances on losing our base on Tangita.
Winslow is becoming suspicious of the mine. Have we your permission to dispose of him permanently?
If it is absolutely necessary, remove Winslow. Nothing must interfere with our plans. And Winslow's destroyer, the 620, must be torpedoed. Our operations are at a standstill with that Navy ship in Tangita waters. The 620 must be destroyed. Those are my orders.
Sink the 620? The Scorpion must be crazy. If you do that, the Navy will only send down more destroyers and blow us off the map.
Easy, Barzak. Those are his orders, and we've got to carry them out.
Yes. And if we miss this time, there'll be curtains for all of us.
That's why we can't afford to miss. Your first job is to put Winslow's new plane out of commission.
You're not after letting the Scorpion get your nanny goat, are you, Don, my boy?
Not yet, Mike. But we've got to round up the rest of the Scorpion's gang.
Well, that should be easier now with M22 dead.
I have a hunch that M22 isn't dead. And if I'm right, that's the clue we need.
But, Don, why should this man Prindle, the one that was shot, have M22's letters and papers in his pocket?
I don't know, Red, but I'm still not convinced that it was M22.
Message from the 620, sir.
Thanks.
What is it, Don?
Grady is ill. That means you'll have to take command of the 620 until he recovers.
What about your hunch on M22?
I'll answer that when I've done more investigating up at the mine. Right now, you'd better get out to the ship. Oh, Chapman, radio the 620 that Lieutenant Pennington is taking over.
Aye, aye, sir.
I'm sorry, Red, but we can't take any chances with the old 620.
It's okay, Don. I'd like to help you follow your hunch, but I guess my job's to be where the Navy needs me most.
That's the spirit, laddie. And with Commander Winslow's permission, I'll go with you. You'll be wanting the advice of a man of my wisdom and experience.
Hello, girls.
Hello, Don. How are you, sailor? What's the good word?
Not so good, I'm afraid, Misty. Red has just gone out to the 620, so I'm afraid your little dinner party with him will have to be postponed.
Now, isn't that just my luck? A chance for a free meal and something else to spoil it.
Good news, Commander. I just talked to Simpson, my mechanic, out at the hangar. He's fixed that trouble with the motor of your new plane.
Oh, that's great. I've been anxious to try that new model out ever since we unloaded it from the Baratavia.
Simpson's tuning her up now. Says she's the sweetest model he ever saw.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it. I could use a good plane on this assignment.
Yes, it might come in handy to locate the Scorpion's hideout.
That's why I'm so anxious to test it out. I'm going out to the hangar right away.
Wait a minute, Don. You promised to take me up, and I'm going to hold you to that promise.
Not this time, Mercedes. I haven't tried it out yet.
But, Don, I've helped you out before. And anyway, 4 eyes are better than 2 in locating the Scorpion's headquarters.
Okay, honey, but remember, I haven't tested it yet, so it's your responsibility.
And her neck.
Call you and Spike stay here. And be ready if I need help.
Okay, Barzak. Be sure you do a good job.
Winslow's plane won't even be able to taxi when I get through with it. Commander Winslow sent me over to test the new plane.
Got a signed order?
Simpson in there?
Why, Don, that's Barsack.
You wait here.
That's the finish of Winslow's plane.
Where's Barsack?
He went out that door. Don, we can't get through there.
Mercedes! The plane!
So, you took care of the plane. And Winslow. All you did was blow up a building.
Winslow isn't human. I tell you, he's out cold on the floor.
Well, for an unconscious guy, he's doing all right with that plane.
That was a close call. The plane certainly came through in fine style.
She's supposed to be the best in the air.
You know, that's certainly something, going through a fire without burning.
Well, that's the new type fireproof. Maybe I better set her down.
Not until I've had my flight.
Okay, Skipper. We'll circle to 620 and salute red.
Bonds, had plenty of time to get rid of that plane. Radio the Z-40. Proceed according to plan. Yes, sir.
M22 calling Z40.
Plane ready.
Release the catapult.
Mike, I hope Don's hunch about the Scorpion gang was right.
Sure, it has made us hope in the sand. Those dirty rascals has made enough trouble for our new naval base. The plane. Sure, it's heading straight for us.
That's not Don's plane.
Then it must be one of those Scorpion devils. The blasted idiot's diving right onto us.
Gotta get general quarters. Repel air attack.
Bob, I'm going after him.
Sure, he's had enough.
Cease firing.
Look, Red, there's another ship going after that devil.
Well, that's Don's new plane.
It is that. Sure, the prize always on the job.
Oh, Mercedes.
By golly, Red, sure I thought it was curtains for the boy that time.
Not with Don handling that plane. I was sure he'd pull out of it.
Look, he's heading back for Tangita.
We're getting back to our anchorage.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
diving, Mercedes.
Thanks for a minute. I didn't think I'd be able to pull her out of it.
I'll take over the controls.
Do you feel all right?
Sure.
I'll bet Mike and Red were certainly surprised to see us pull out of that dive.
What happened to the other plane?
Crashed into the ocean and sank.
I wonder if there's a chance that the other pilot...
I don't think so. Don, look down there under the water.
A submarine.
The Scorpions?
I'm sure of it.
Are you going to warn the 620?
Can't. The radio hasn't been installed in this plane. Fortunately, I don't have to. Red is taking the 620 into her anchorage now. I'm going to follow that sub. It may lead us to the Scorpion's secret sub base. It's headed for those rocks.
It's going right into the rocks.
Oh. So that's why we couldn't locate it. The Scorpion's secret sub base is underwater.
But how do they get to it from the island?
That's what we're going to find out. I'm going to get Blake's diving equipment, and we'll see just where that submarine went.
This is Z40. It's about time. Scorpion is waiting for Jacklin's report. Bomb the 620? No, M42. They drove our plane out with their anti-aircraft fire. The pilot should have renewed the attack. Well, he tried, but his plane was intercepted by Winslow. Winslow? There was a terrific dogfight, and our plane crashed into the ocean. Jacklin, have your submarine refueled. Our undersea oil well is running full blast. Tell your crew to be ready for immediate action. Yes, M42. Then confine yourself to your quarters until I get the Scorpion's answer to my report of your failure. Parker, contact the Scorpion.
Yes, M22.
Scorpion is ready, sir. Bring him in.
I am awaiting your report, M22. Did Jacklin destroy Winslow's ship, the 620, as I ordered?
No, Master. The Z-40's plane was downed in a fight with Winslow.
Winslow. That proves again Winslow is too smart for you and all the operators under you. I am tired of your alibis, M22. I want action. One more failure like this, and you will suffer the Scorpion's sting. Listen carefully. There must be no mistakes. The United States cruiser and transport ship carrying Marines are sailing for Tangita to operate under Winslow's command. They must not be allowed to reach the island. Work on the new naval base is going ahead at full speed. It must be stopped. This can only be accomplished by Winslow's capture and the destruction of the 620. Do you understand?
Yes, Master.
Then, obey my orders.
Well, the Scorpion surely picks out tough jobs for us.
Yeah, well, you heard what he said. We've got to stop that marine transport and cruiser.
The Z40 can take care of that.
Use your head. Winslow will undoubtedly send the 620 to convoy him in. Our submarine wouldn't have a chance against those two Navy ships.
Yes, and Winslow will probably send commands by radio.
Radio, that's it. If we had their secret codes, we could send them orders to go any place we wanted them to. Even around the North Reef.
Into our secret minefield.
Right. But we need those codes.
I'll take calling the rest down to Blake's warehouse. We'll get Mr. Winslow's codes.
See that you do.
Here are the last of the figures from the 620, sir.
Thanks, Chapman. Mercedes, look at this.
It's all Greek to me, Don. You promised to explain it to me someday.
All right, I'll explain it right now. Our problem was to locate the Scorpion's secret hideout by triangulation. Now, here is the 620, and here is our radio room. Both the ship and Chapman managed to intercept messages from that secret radio station. Now, through a complicated system of mathematics, we calculate the angle and the distance from the two known points. Then, drawing two lines, they intersect here.
The North Reef. Why, Don, that's where the submarine disappeared.
Right. And that proves the Scorpion's hideout is located right there. If Blake has that diving equipment ready, I'm going right down to investigate.
Oh, I know, but Don...
Let's go into the other office. Chapman has some important work to do for me and shouldn't be disturbed.
Oh, Misty. Well, what's all the excitement? Now, don't tell me you've discovered I'm the Scorpion. Be sensible. Don's discovered something really important. Well, what is it?
I've located the Scorpion's hideout.
You can say that again.
Everything's all set, Parsec.
Okay, Spike. Where's Slade?
Running back with Joe, waiting like you told him.
Remember, Corley, we've got to get those code books.
Don't worry, if they're in that safe, I'll get them. I've opened plenty of them before.
Blake's crew gets the diving equipment ready. I'm looking over those rocks where the submarine disappeared.
Looks like you found what we've been looking for.
You have that. And we'll be closing in on that M22 and the rest of his gang in no time at all.
Commander, the diving outfit's loaded on the tug and we're waiting for you.
Well, thanks, Blake. We'll start work immediately.
I hope your discovery puts an end to the sabotage that's been holding up my construction work on the new naval base.
Oh, there's no doubt of it.
I'm going with you, Don. If you're doing any diving, I'm handling the air supply.
And no doubt you'll be wanting the advice of a man of my experience.
Commander, in here, quick! Commander, in here!
Let him go, Red. We'll get them later.
They were after the codes, sir, but they didn't get them.
Thanks to you, Chapman. Oh, Mercedes, will you find the doctor and have him look after these men?
All right, Don.
Radio message, sir, from Captain Tilford. Cruiser, Eureka, and Marine Transport are due off Tangita in 3 hours.
Good. Tell him to stand by for further orders.
Aye, aye, sir.
Let's get aboard the tug and investigate those rocks and find out where the Scorpion submarine went.
It's the latest type Navy equipment. They let me have it for my underwater work at the base.
Couldn't ask for better. Let's get started.
All right, Captain Neal, cast off.
All right, cast off.
Hello,
Spike, Dr. fix you up all right?
Yeah, Jim, thanks. I've got to get back to the mine and warn M22 about Winslow locating the secret entrance to the sub-base.
Yeah, but watch yourself.
What's the idea of shoving? That's one of the men who were fighting in the radio room. Well, why don't we follow him? He might lead us to the Scorpion's hideout. Certainly would help Don. Well, what are we waiting for? He's gone into the mine. We'll tell Mr. Merlin about it. He'll find him and turn him over to Don.
Rocky, there's a couple young women outside. They look like Winslow's friends. See if they don't snoop around.
Good afternoon, ladies. Anything I can do for you?
Well, yes, we just thought we want to see Mr. Merlin.
He isn't here right now, but you can wait in his office, right over there.
Thank you.
I told you to get those code books. Our hands are tied without them. M22! Yes, what is it?
Winslow's located the underwater entrance to this cave and is out there now with diving equipment investigating it.
Corey, round up a couple of other men, quick. Barsack, warn up the speedboat. You're going to break up Winslow's little party.
Over the top.
Slide it over. All right, the bell. Hold it up.
Well, Red, hope we find something.
All right, the helmet.
Hey, got it done. You look like a banshee.
Sure making I feel like one.
Why, you...
You're all set, Don.
There's a man drowning down there. Far side, the 620, she's bearing down on us. Come on, Black, come on. See if Don's all right.
Steer for that tug. Ahead full speed.
Ahead full speed. Both engines ahead full speed. Don. Are you all right, Don?
Red. Pull me up.
He's all right. Oh, he wants to come up. Stand by to bring up the diver.
Give me a lift, Red.
There we are.
Why was my air cut off?
Some scorpion agents jumped us.
Did you get rid of them?
Yeah.
What did you find down there?
Observation mines.
Observation mines?
Yes. There's a whole field of them laying on the bottom. It must be guarding some secret underground cave.
What are you going to do about them?
Find the control shack that operates the mines and explode them before they can do any harm.
Well, let's get busy.
Let's get going, Captain.
Up, anchor, Pete.
Aye, aye.
Red.
Yeah.
The first thing we have to do is to get back to Tangita as quickly as possible and radio Captain Tilford aboard the Eureka. And tell him to attack the mine and the mining village with a landing party as soon as he can get into position. Get this off.
I'm telling you, M22, we had Winslow and his entire gang under control when the 620 came barging down on us. We had to get away.
And you don't know what happened to Winslow.
I do. They pulled him up. He's on his way to the warehouse to radio the Eureka to send a landing party to attack the mine.
Mazak, you and Carly get down to that radio station. Cut the power line. Do anything you have to, but stop that radio call.
Hey, what about Winslow's two girlfriends we're holding prisoner in the inner cave room?
Nearly forgotten about them.
I don't suppose there's any hope of our ever getting out of here.
There is. If Don ever finds out that Merlin's holding his prisoners.
Now get down to that radio station.
I've got to get some dry clothes.
All right, make it fast.
Not in here, Commander.
Where are Miss Colby and Miss Gay?
I don't know, sir. They haven't been around all day.
That's strange. Get Captain Tilford aboard the Eureka for me.
He's been trying to reach you for the last hour, Commander.
All right, call him back.
Aye, aye, sir. Commander Winslow, Rondana, calling cruiser Eureka, Captain Tilford. Come in, please.
Captain Tilford, United States cruiser Eureka.
Winslow speaking, sir. I have just located the Scorpion's headquarters on this island. It is directly connected with the Tangita gold mine inside the North Reef. Please put ashore a landing party at once and attack both the mine and the mining village.
I'll lay out of the North Reef and put a landing party ashore at once. Any further suggestions?
I've also discovered that there is a mine on the... Hello? Hello, Captain Tilford? Hello? What's the matter?
Power cut-offs. Them Scorpion agents again.
Cut in the emergency batteries.
Aye, aye, sir.
Mike, find out what happened to the power.
Yes.
And find out who fired that shot.
Well, Winslow's radio will never send out another message.
Look, Winslow's Irish stooge and Blake.
Ah, sure, there's no use trying to do anything with those wires.
There's a chance to take two more of Winslow's gang.
We might as well go back and tell Winslow that...
Tell Winslow nothing. Put your hands up and keep quiet. All right, turn around. And start walking. Captured Splendid and Blake and put them in the inner cave room with the two girls. Winslow's radio is completely out of commission.
Good. How far did he get with that radio message?
He radioed the Eureka to send a landing party to attack us at once.
And he sent that landing party to a sure death.
You mean the mines?
Certainly. Take Corley and get to that control shack as fast as you can.
And blow up every boat that tries to pass the mine.
Right. Spike, round up all the miners. Cover the beaches in case any of that landing party should get through. Teach Winslow what it means to attack me.
Scorpion M22.
Bring him in.
What's your report?
We have failed to intercept the cruiser and the transport. They are now about to put a party ashore to attack the mine and the village.
You have bungled this job, M22, to the point where your only chance of success is to fight to the death. You know the penalty if you fail.
Yes, Master. That's what we're preparing to do now. Fight to the death.
What happened? They blew our radio out. What did you find out about Mercedes and Misty?
I called the Pacific Hotel, and they haven't been seen there since this morning. Couldn't get a trace of them.
I'm afraid there's only one answer, then. The Scorpion's agents must have gotten hold of them somehow. They may have taken them up to the mine.
That's where I'm going.
No, you're not. We'll take care of the girls. I want you to get out to the 620 and radio Captain Tilford to stay clear of those minefields when he makes his attack. We can't run the chance of having an entire landing party wiped out.
Right. What do you want me to do, sir?
Scout around the mines and see if you can find out anything about the girls. I'm going to try to locate the control shack that operates those observation mines. Can't take a chance of Lieutenant Pennington not reaching the 620 before Captain Tilford makes his attack.
Aye, aye, sir.
Reach land, we haven't got a chance.
They won't land. Once they get over that minefield, it'll be the end of them. This indicator is worked on a triangulation basis. When the points cross, that means the boats of the landing party are directly over the observation mines. Now remember, when the point is crossed, throw the switches, and the mines will go up.
Right.
got a chance.
Yes, we have. All I have to do is blow up the main lateral tunnel and plug up the entrance. Nobody could reach us then. This is the last one. It'll take a month to dig into the mine after this one.
a chance.
Yes, we have. All I have to do is blow up the main lateral tunnel and plug up the entrance. Nobody could reach us then. This is the last one. It'll take a month to dig into the mine after this one. That was the last explosion. Yeah, that should take care of it.
Let's see what effect they had.
All right, you two. Reach.
Winslow.
You two, up on your feet. Hurry up. Now take me to your two prisoners, Miss Gay and Miss Colby.
Drop that gun, Winslow.
Merlin.
Pick up his gun, Barzak.
Pleasure, M22.
So, just as I suspected, you're M22.
At your service.
Well, I'll say one thing for the Scorpion. He certainly picks smart agents.
Smart enough to take care of the best the Naval Intelligence has to offer?
Don't be too sure of that, Merlin. This battle isn't over yet.
It is as far as you're concerned. Put him with the others, Barzak, then come back to the radio room.
Open up. You'll find your friends inside.
Don.
I told you the lad would find us.
I'm afraid I'm not doing you much good.
Contacted the Scorpion, M22.
Good.
I received your call, M22. I'm waiting for your report.
We have obeyed your orders and captured Don Winslow. He is now a prisoner with the others.
Winslow a prisoner. So you finally succeeded in one of your assignments. Bring Winslow and his friends to me immediately. Use submarine Z-52.
Yes, Master. It will start as soon as the submarine is refueled. Shall we destroy the Tangita base?
No, you imbecile. We could never replace it. We'll abandon it temporarily until the Navy ceases its snooping.
But Pennington and other naval men know of the location of the base and...
Then your final task before leaving Tangita is to sink the Navy ships now at anchor near the island. See that there are no survivors to tell the location of our underwater base.
Parker, you're to remain on Tangita. Watch developments and notify us when it's safe to return.
Me stay on this island alone while you and the others get out with a whole skin? Not this time, M22. Get over there. This time, you're the one that's staying.
You can't get away with it, Parker.
Maybe I can't get away with it, but it's worth trying. For months, I've been sitting here like a rat in a trap taking orders. Well, now I'm giving them.
Nice work, Barzak. We'll send Higgins to take his place. As soon as the submarine is refueled, shut off the main pipeline to our undersea oil well. We're clearing out.
We're filling the reserve tanks now.
Good, let me know when you're ready. Barzak, you help Spike get Winslow and the others on board the submarine.
What's the idea of taking Winslow?
Scorpion wants to see him.
I'd hate to be in his shoes when the Scorpion gets hold of him.
And I can imagine what a shock it was when you found out that Mr. Merlin was M22.
I was pretty sure of it, but I was more anxious to discover this hideout than I was to arrest Merlin.
Why did you suspect him?
Mostly because he was always trying to place the blame on others. Well, if I'd followed my first hunch, we wouldn't be in this place.
Ah, don't waste your time crying over spilt milk. We should be figuring a way to get out of this gopher hole.
You don't have to worry about getting out of here. You're leaving now.
Where are you taking us?
Scorpion's planned a nice little sea voyage for you.
We're ready, M22. All right, put Higgins in the radio room. Round up the rest of the men, tell them to come aboard. All right, Barzak.
Come on, start moving.
Go along. Come on, Splendid. Over there. Through the door, Winslow. Make yourselves comfortable. We have a little unfinished business with the 620 before we leave Tangita.
Make yourselves comfortable in a pig boat.
The prisoners are in the compartment aft, M22.
See that they stay there. Rig ship for diving.
Big ship for diving.
I wonder where them devils is taking us.
We'll find that out soon enough, Mike. Right now, I'm worried about the 620.
Don, you don't think they'll try to sink her?
That's exactly what they're planning to do.
Well, they wouldn't dare.
Oh, you're wrong, Misty. They're desperate enough to try anything. That's why we've got to find some way to stop them. Uh-oh. We're underway.
Unable to locate Commander Winslow. All entrances to mine destroyed by explosion. Await further orders. Chapman. Chapman might help me locate the underwater entrance to the Scorpion's hideout. Tell Chapman to have Blake's crew continue the search of the mine, and then to come aboard at once.
Aye, aye, sir.
You've got to find Commander Winslow.
It's the 620. Torpedoes to stand by. Bring Winslow here. It's traditional for the commander to see the end of his ship.
Mike, if we could get control of
Winslow. M22 wants to talk to you. Come on.
Take a look, Commander. You recognize the 620? Take a good look, because it's the last time you'll ever see her. Our torpedoes are ready for firing. When we reach the proper bearing, they'll be released and sink your ship.
Fire on torpedoes!
Look, sir. Torpedo off the port bow.
bad marksmanship if they're firing at us. It's not even close.
Change course, 3 degrees right.
There's the periscope.
Release step bombs.
Release step bombs.
Depth bomb.
Flash dive.
Cut the motors. Barzak, release some oil. Let them think they sunk us. We'll stay on the ocean floor tonight and then try again. Put him with the others.
Don, what happened?
I released their torpedoes before they were on bearing. The 620 sighted us and unloaded a rash can.
Did they cripple the submarine?
No. Merlin's going to lay low until tonight, and then he's going to try again.
Oh, Don, I wish there was some way we could warn Red.
Well, you know what it means, Misty, if the 620 locates us.
We'll drown with Merlin and his crew. But I'm willing if it'll save Red and all the others.
Good girl. Well, Blake, how about you? The rest of us are Navy, but you're a civilian.
Go ahead, Commander. I'll do anything to help the Navy clear out this scorpion's nest.
That's the talk. And we're all agreed. Thanks.
White on the surface.
Sound is all clear, sir.
Good. We must have sent that sub to the bottom.
How do you expect the 620 to hear that?
Water carries sound. She may pick it up on the sound detector.
Sound detector report, sir. Submarine right beneath us.
Winslow, stop that noise.
Hold it, you cutthroats. Get the guns down.
Right, Mike. All right, Merlin. Get forward to the rest of your gang. Come on.
Come on, hurry it up.
Keep them covered, Mike. Come on, get out of here.
Release step bombs.
Release step bombs.
I've got them all locked up.
Good work, Mike. Now we'll try to find some way to get this tug to the surface. Poor devils. That depth bomb wiped them out. Mike. Yes, sir? Release the marker buoy.
Marker boy, sir, off starboard.
Send a boat to investigate it.
Aye, aye, sir.
Release a little more oxygen, Blake. Hello? 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 It's the 620.
They have picked up the marker boy. Message follows. Commander Winslow aboard submarine with others.
Don's aboard.
They can't use escape lungs. The pressure's too great. They're on bottom at 200 feet.
Can we get Pearl Harbor to send the rescue chamber immediately?
They won't be able to get it here in less than 72 hours.
Their oxygen will be gone long before that, sir.
If you'll radio for the diving bell, I'll take an airline down to the submarine.
It's suicide to go down to that depth.
I'll take that chance if you'll send for Blake's tug and have him get the diving equipment ready.
They've sent for the rescue chamber.
Let's hope they get it here in time.
That's the last of the oxygen.
Wait down. Watch your head. Where's your arm? Here, all right.
Hold out much longer.
It's red. Using a secret code. Attaching the air hose. Good old Red. Only man in the world could make that dive.
Oh, sure. And he'll have us on the surface in no time at all.
Red, look at this. From the Navy Department.
Suffering snakes, will you look at the lad? They must have made him to sink us.
Well, it's no more than he deserved.
I'm glad they realize what you've done, Commander. Without you, I'd never have been able to have finished building the new naval base.
Well, how about Red? None of us would have been alive to talk about it if he hadn't rescued us from that submarine.
Now you're talking, Don. Every time I think about it, I could just hug him.
Oh, I'm ready right now. Message from Captain Holding, sir.
Oh, thank you. Report immediately with 620 at Honolulu. Have evidence of Scorpion activity in Alaska. Am assigning you and Pennington to investigate. Captain Holding, Naval Intelligence.
That about finishes your part of the job on Tangita, eh, Commander?
On Tangita, yes. But my job won't be finished until the Scorpion and all others who encourage sabotage are wiped off the face of the earth. Captain Holding, Naval Intelligence.
That about finishes your part of the job on Tangita, eh, Commander?